Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fire in the grate at 221B Baker Street had burned down to embers, each one glowing like a secret whispered in the dark. The coals shifted with a soft sigh, sending up a brief flare of warmth that painted the cluttered sitting room in shades of amber and shadow. Outside, London's fog pressed itself against the window panes with the persistence of an uninvited guest, thick and yellow-grey, muffling the city's usual cacophony into something almost gentle. The clock on the mantelpiece ticked its steady rhythm, each second dropping into the quiet like a stone into still water. Sherlock Holmes sat in his armchair, long fingers steepled beneath his chin, his sharp grey eyes fixed on something only he could see. Perhaps a pattern in the wallpaper, perhaps the architecture of a puzzle, only half built in his restless mind. Dr. John Watson shifted in his own chair, the leather creaking softly beneath him. He'd set aside the evening paper some minutes ago, the news of Parliament's debates and society scandals, failing to hold his attention against the peculiar stillness that had settled over their rooms. There was something in the air tonight, something that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand just slightly at attention. Holmes had been unusually quiet all evening, not with the brooding restlessness that sometimes overtook him between cases, but with an anticipatory quality, like a cat watching a mouse hole with infinite patience. "You feel it too," Holmes said suddenly, not moving from his position, not even glancing at Watson. It wasn't quite a question. "Feel what?" Watson asked, though he knew his friend would hear the admission in his tone. "The city is holding its breath." Holmes finally turned his head, the firelight catching the angular planes of his face. "Somewhere out there in the fog, someone is making a decision that will bring them to our door. I can always tell. The atmosphere changes, becomes charged, like the air before a thunderstorm. You've been a soldier, Watson. You know the feeling of a battle about to begin." Watson did know it, though he would never have thought to apply that sensation to a quiet evening in their Baker Street lodgings. But now that Holmes mentioned it, yes, there was that same tightness in the chest, that same sense of invisible forces converging. London in the autumn of 1883 was a city of 8 million souls, each with their own sorrows and secrets, their own desperate schemes and quiet dreams. The fog that rolled in from the Thames each evening was more than mere condensed water vapour. It was a cloak that made conspirators of ordinary citizens turn familiar streets into labyrinths where anything might happen. Gas lamps struggled to push back the darkness, their light fragmenting into halos that seemed to float, disembodied, in the murk. The knock, when it came, was so perfectly timed that Watson nearly laughed, but the sound of it, urgent, trembling, the kind of knock that bruises knuckles, stilled any amusement before it could form. This was not a client coming to discuss a missing will or a suspicious business partner. This was fear, given physical form and flung against their door. Holmes was on his feet before Watson could move, crossing to the window with that peculiar grace he possessed, all economy of motion and focused purpose. He twitched the curtain aside just enough to peer down at the street below. "A woman," he murmured. "Young, well-dressed, but not ostentatiously so. She's come by cab, but dismissed it already. She doesn't want anyone to know where she's gone. See how she glances up and down the street before entering? She's terrified someone has followed her." Mrs. Hudson's footsteps sounded on the stairs slower than usual. Their landlady was aging, though she'd never admit it, and the damp autumn weather made her joints protest. The door opened, and their long-suffering keeper of the peace ushered in a figure so swathed in travelling cloak and veils that only the pale outline of a face showed through. "A Miss Helen Stoner to see you, Mr. Holmes," Mrs. Hudson announced with that tone of perpetual forbearance she reserved for late evening callers. "I've told her the hour is irregular, but she insisted—" "Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. The hour is perfectly acceptable." Holmes gestured to the chair nearest the fire, his manner transforming instantly, from aloof observer to attentive physician of the soul. It was a gift he had, Watson knew, this ability to make the desperate feel heard before they'd spoken a word. Please, Miss Stoner, come warm yourself. Watson, perhaps some brandy?" The woman moved forward with the jerky uncertainty of someone operating on nerves alone, as if her body had forgotten how to perform such ordinary tasks as walking and sitting. When she finally settled into the chair, Watson could see her hands trembling even through her gloves. She was perhaps 30 years of age, her face drawn and pale with the kind of beauty that grief and terror were slowly eroding. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, and when she pushed back her veil with shaking fingers, Watson could see a livid bruise purpling her left wrist, clearly made by the grip of strong fingers. Holmes saw it too, of course. He saw everything. But he said nothing of it yet, merely waited with that infinite patience while Watson poured brandy into a glass and pressed it into the woman's cold hands. "Drink," Watson said gently, falling into the tone he'd used with wounded soldiers in Afghanistan, that voice that promised safety even when safety was miles away. "You're among friends here." She drank, coughed delicately, then drank again. Colour began to creep back into her cheeks, though the fear in her eyes remained sharp and bright. "Forgive me," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, cultured and educated despite the terror threading through it. "I know the hour is late, but I could not wait until morning. By morning I might not have the courage. By morning I might be—" She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his fingers once again steepled, his expression one of focused attention. In the firelight his face might have been carved from marble, save for the fierce intelligence burning in his eyes. "You're in danger," he said simply. "Immediate danger, and you believe yourself watched. You've come from the country. There's yellow clay on the hem of your travelling dress, the particular type found in Surrey, unless I'm much mistaken. You rose early and travelled by the first available train, but you did not come directly here. You walked for a time, turning corners at random, making certain no one followed. The soles of your boots are scuffed in a pattern, consistent with hurried walking on cobblestones." Helen Stoner stared at him with something between awe and despair. "How could you possibly?" "It's of no consequence how I know, only that I do. What matters, Miss Stoner, is why you've come. Tell us everything, and leave out no detail, however small or seemingly irrelevant. In my experience, it is often the smallest details that unlock the darkest doors." And so she told them, her voice growing steadier as the brandy and the fire and their presence worked their combined magic. She told them of Stoke Moran manor, a once grand estate in the Surrey countryside that had fallen into genteel decay, its gardens overgrown, its roof tiles slipping, its windows like blind eyes staring out over lands that no longer truly belonged to anyone. The Roylott family had been old even when England was young, their lineage traced back to Saxon earls who held land before the Normans came. But time and poor stewardship had whittled away the fortune, and now the manor stood as testament to faded glory, a monument to the simple truth that even the greatest families could fall. Helen's voice carried the particular sadness of those who have watched their world crumble slowly, stone by stone, year by year. She and her twin sister Julia had been the daughters of a second marriage, their mother a widow of means who had brought wealth back to the Roylott name when she married Helen's stepfather, Dr. Grimsby Roylott. The doctor had seemed charming enough at first, a man who had spent years in India accumulating medical knowledge, and, if rumours were true, a small fortune of his own. But India had changed him, or perhaps India had simply revealed what had always lurked beneath the surface. He'd returned to England with a violent temper, a collection of exotic animals that terrified the servants, and a taste for solitude that bordered on misanthropy. "He keeps a cheetah," Helen said, and Watson saw her shudder. "And a baboon. They wander the grounds freely. The villagers say he's mad, and I cannot entirely disagree. When my mother died 8 years ago, leaving her fortune in trust for Julia and myself, to be released upon our marriages, something in him grew darker still. He became obsessed with control, with keeping us at the manor, with ensuring we had no contact with the outside world." The fire crackled, sending up a shower of sparks that died before reaching the chimney. Holmes remained perfectly still, absorbing every word, filing away each detail in that extraordinary mind of his. Watson found himself gripping the arms of his chair, already feeling the old familiar anger rising, the anger of a man who has seen too many bullies in his time, too many small tyrants who rule through fear. 2 years ago, Helen continued, and now her voice dropped even lower, until it was almost lost in the sound of the fog dripping against the windows. Julia became engaged to marry, a half-pay major from a good family, nothing scandalous, nothing that should have caused concern. But Dr. Roylott, she paused, swallowing hard. He was furious. He forbade it. Julia defied him, saying she would marry regardless of his wishes. And then, 2 weeks before the wedding, her hands had begun to shake again, and Watson quietly refilled her glass. She drank without seeming to notice, her eyes fixed on something far away, something that clearly still haunted her dreams. "It was late at night," she whispered. "I heard Julia scream. Such a terrible scream, Mr. Holmes, as if all the terrors of the world had descended upon her at once. I ran from my room. We slept in adjoining chambers at the time, and found her door locked from the inside, but then it opened, and she staggered out, her face white as death, her hands clawing at the air. She could barely speak. She whispered just 2 words before she collapsed. The band. The Speckled Band. And then she was gone, Mr. Holmes. Dead before the doctor from the village could arrive, dead before anyone could make sense of what had happened. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the steady ticking of the clock and the occasional settling of coals. Holmes sat motionless, his eyes half closed, but Watson knew that behind that mask of repose, his friend's mind was racing through possibilities, testing theories, building and discarding structures of logic with the speed of lightning. "The inquest?" Holmes asked finally. "Found no cause of death beyond some form of seizure or heart failure. There were no marks on her body, no poison detected, no signs of violence. The door had been locked from the inside, the window secured. Dr. Roylott slept in the adjoining room and heard nothing until my screams woke him. It was ruled a death by natural causes, though the coroner admitted himself baffled." Helen's voice had taken on the flat quality of someone reciting a nightmare so often that it had lost the power to seem real. "For 2 years I've tried to tell myself it was natural, that Julia's heart simply stopped. But Mr. Holmes, I know in my soul that she was murdered, and I know with equal certainty who was responsible. Your stepfather. Yes." The word came out as barely more than a breath. He inherited her portion of the estate, you see. Mother's will specified that her fortune was to be divided among her daughters upon their marriages, but should one die before wedding, her share would revert to Dr. Roylott's control. Julia's death saved him from financial ruin. Holmes opened his eyes fully now, and there was something almost gentle in his expression, though gentleness was not a quality one usually associated with him. "And now you're engaged to be married." Helen Stoner nodded, tears finally spilling over and tracing silent paths down her pale cheeks. 3 weeks ago, to a dear friend, a gentleman I've known since childhood. The engagement was announced in the Times, and that very night Dr. Roylott informed me that repairs must be made to my bedroom, that I must move into Julia's old chamber while the work is completed. The very room where she died, Mr. Holmes. The very room adjacent to his. Watson felt ice settle in his stomach. The pattern was clear enough even to him, and what must be crystal clear to Holmes. Another daughter engaged, another threat to the stepfather's control of the estate, and now history is preparing to repeat itself with methodical precision. "And you've heard something," Holmes said. It wasn't a question. "At night, in that room." "The whistling," Helen breathed, and her hands clutched the empty brandy glass so tightly Watson feared it might shatter. "Low and soft, just as Julia described it to me weeks before she died. She thought she was imagining it at first, but I've heard it now. 3 nights running, in the darkest hours before dawn. A low, clear whistle, and then silence. Just silence. And Mr. Holmes, I cannot shake the feeling that my time is measured, that I have perhaps days before whatever took Julia comes for me as well." The fog outside had thickened further, if such a thing were possible, until Baker Street itself seemed to have vanished, replaced by a grey void in which their lighted rooms floated like a ship at sea. London's sounds had faded to nothing, muffled by layers of damp air until even the clatter of late-night cabs had ceased. They might have been the last 3 people in the world huddled around a dying fire while darkness pressed close. Holmes rose from his chair with sudden energy, his long frame unfolding like a rapier being drawn. "Miss Stoner, you were right. To come to me. And you were right not to wait until morning. Watson and I shall travel to Stoke Moran tomorrow by the early train. In the meanwhile, you must return to the manor tonight. Yes, I see your fear, but it cannot be helped. If your stepfather suspects you've sought help, if he knows his plan has been discovered, he may act with even greater haste. You must give no sign that anything is amiss." "But the danger," Watson began, his protective instincts rising. "Is greatest if she acts out of character," Holmes interrupted firmly. "Miss Stoner is an intelligent woman, and she will be vigilant. Lock your door from the inside, place a chair against it for good measure. Take the lamp to bed with you and keep it burning. Should you hear the whistle, light a candle in your window immediately. We shall be watching for such a signal. Can you do this?" Helen Stoner rose on shaking legs, but there was steel in her spine now, determination replacing some of the fear in her eyes. "I can, Mr. Holmes, and thank you. Thank you for believing me when the world says I'm merely a nervous woman frightening herself with shadows." "The world," Holmes said dryly, "is often catastrophically wrong about such things. Until tomorrow, Miss Stoner. And remember, show nothing, fear nothing. We are now between you and whatever darkness lurks in that old house." After she'd gone, slipping back into the fog like a ghost returning to its haunt, Watson and Holmes stood together at the window, watching until even the vague shape of her had been swallowed by the night. The city sounds were returning slowly, the fog beginning its gradual retreat before the approach of dawn still hours away. A milk cart rattled past, its driver hunched against the cold. A policeman's footsteps echoed with lonely precision. Life went on, ordinary and eternal, while in quiet rooms and crumbling manors, desperate dramas played themselves out beyond the world's notice. "What do you make of it?" Watson asked quietly. Holmes was silent for a long moment, his profile sharp against the dim glow from the street. When he finally spoke, his voice carried an edge Watson had learned to recognize, the sound of a mind that had found a puzzle worthy of its full attention. "I make it, Watson, that we are dealing with a very clever mind indeed, the Speckled Band." What could such a phrase mean? A band suggests something encircling, while speckled implies pattern or colour. And the whistle? Why would a dying woman's last words include a whistle she heard moments before her death? There is something here that does not fit, some piece of the puzzle that transforms everything else once discovered. We shall find it, Watson, and when we do, I suspect we shall uncover something far more complex than a simple case of murder for inheritance. The clock struck 3. The fire had burned down to nothing but grey ash, and somewhere in the Surrey countryside, in a crumbling manor house that had stood for centuries and might stand for centuries more, a young woman sat awake in a dead woman's room, waiting for a whistle in the dark. The morning came slowly to London, as if reluctant to pierce the lingering veil of fog that had wrapped the city through the night. Dawn arrived not as a sudden burst of light, but as a gradual lessening of darkness, the sky shifting from coal-black to charcoal grey to a pale, watery silver that suggested the sun existed somewhere beyond the thick blanket of cloud. By the time Holmes and Watson made their way through the awakening streets to Waterloo Station, the city had begun its daily transformation from sleeping giant to roaring mechanism. Costermongers setting up their barrows, shop boys sweeping doorsteps, the first omnibuses clattering over cobblestones still slick with night's dampness. Watson carried their small travelling bag while Holmes strode ahead with that peculiar energy he always possessed at the beginning of a case, his sharp eyes taking in everything, cataloguing details that would mean nothing to ordinary observers but might prove crucial to his singular method of deduction. The air tasted of coal smoke and river water, that particular London flavour that clung to the back of the throat. Street vendors called their wares in voices made hoarse by the damp. Hot pies, roasted chestnuts, morning editions of the papers with headlines screaming about parliamentary debates and society scandals that would be forgotten by evening. Waterloo Station swallowed them into its great iron and glass embrace, a cathedral to the age of steam and progress. The vast roof arched overhead like the ribcage of some mechanical leviathan, and beneath it trains hissed and rumbled, their engines breathing smoke and steam that rose to mingle with the lingering fog. The station teemed with humanity. Businessmen in dark suits clutching leather cases, families beginning holiday journeys with mountains of luggage, soldiers in uniform heading to postings in Portsmouth or Southampton, flower girls weaving between the crowds with their baskets of wilting blooms. Holmes purchased their tickets with brisk efficiency, then led Watson to the platform where the 8:15 to Surrey waited, its engine quietly gathering steam like a beast preparing to run. They found an empty first-class compartment, and Holmes immediately claimed the corner seat facing forward, positioning himself so he could observe both the passing countryside and anyone who might enter their carriage. Watson settled opposite, arranging their bag on the overhead rack with the careful movements of a man whose military training had never quite left him. The whistle blew, sharp and piercing in the morning air. The train lurched, then began its slow crawl out of the station, wheels finding their rhythm on the rails, that steady clickety-clack that would accompany them all the way to Surrey. London fell away gradually, the tightly packed buildings giving way first to the spreading suburbs, then to stretches of green marked by the occasional farmhouse or village. The autumn countryside revealed itself in layers, fields recently harvested, their stubble golden in the weak sunlight, hedgerows thick with blackberries and rose hips, stands of oak and ash beginning to turn copper and gold. "You've formed a theory," Watson said, breaking the silence that had held since they boarded. It wasn't a question. He knew Holmes too well. Holmes turned from the window, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Several theories, Watson, none of them entirely satisfactory. The facts as presented are straightforward enough. A woman dies mysteriously in a locked room, her dying words cryptic, her death financially convenient for her stepfather. 2 years pass, her sister becomes engaged, is moved to the same room, and begins experiencing similar phenomena. The pattern suggests murder, certainly, but the method—" He trailed off, his long fingers drumming against his knee in that restless way he had when his mind was working at full speed. "The locked room presents difficulties," Watson ventured. "The locked room presents impossibilities, which is what makes it interesting. No marks of violence, no poison detected, no apparent cause of death beyond natural causes, which is merely the coroner's way of admitting defeat. And yet, the victim clearly died in terror, clearly heard or saw something that prompted her to use her final breath to warn her sister. The Speckled Band! What could it mean?" The train rattled through a small village, slowing briefly as it passed the local station. Watson caught a glimpse of a church spire, a village green with a duck pond, a post office with its red-painted front. England in miniature, peaceful and eternal, the kind of place where nothing terrible should ever happen. But terrible things happened everywhere, he knew. Evil required no grand stage. Could it be literal? Watson asked. Some kind of snake, perhaps, with spotted markings. Dr. Roylott spent years in India, you said. Might he have brought back exotic creatures, trained them somehow? Miss Stoner mentioned a cheetah and a baboon roaming the grounds. Why not a snake as well? Holmes nodded slowly, but his expression remained troubled. It's possible, certainly. But how would such a creature be trained to kill on command? How would it enter and exit a locked room? And why would it leave no trace, no bite marks, no venom in the system? The inquest was thorough, Watson. Whatever killed Julia Stoner did so with a method that mimics natural death closely enough to fool a medical examiner. The countryside had opened up now, rolling hills stretching toward distant horizons, sheep dotting the slopes like scattered clouds. The train passed through cuttings where the chalk showed white against the green, then over bridges that spanned small streams winding their lazy way toward the Thames. It was the England that poets wrote about, the England that soldiers far from home dreamed of in their tents and trenches, gentle, pastoral, impossibly beautiful in its quiet way. "There's another possibility," Holmes said after a long pause, "one that troubles me more than the idea of a trained serpent." "What's that?" "That we're meant to think of murder when the truth is something else entirely." Holmes leaned forward, his grey eyes intense. "Consider the timing, Watson. Julia dies 2 weeks before her wedding, just as her stepfather would lose control of her portion of the estate. Suspicious, certainly. But what if her death truly was natural? A tragic coincidence. And Dr. Roylott is now using that tragedy to terrorize Helen. Fear can kill as surely as poison, particularly in someone already weakened by grief and isolation. Perhaps there is no actual danger, only the appearance of danger, designed to prevent Helen from marrying and thus maintain the stepfather's control." Watson frowned, considering. But the whistling. Helen heard it, just as Julia described. Perhaps Dr. Roylott is producing it somehow, knowing she heard her sister speak of it, knowing it would terrify her. Or perhaps— Holmes paused, his expression growing distant. Perhaps we're all being misdirected. Perhaps the speckled band and the whistling are pieces of a different puzzle entirely, one we haven't yet glimpsed. The train slowed as it approached their destination, the rhythmic clatter of wheels changing pitch. Through the window, Watson could see Stoke Moran village emerging from the landscape like something from a medieval painting. A cluster of cottages with thatched roofs, a Norman church with a square tower, a single main street lined with shops that probably hadn't changed in a century. Beyond the village, rising on a slight hill and surrounded by ancient oaks, stood the manor house itself. Even from a distance, Stoke Moran Manor spoke of faded grandeur and present decay. It was built in the Tudor style, all dark timber and whitewashed plaster, with tall chimneys and mullioned windows that caught the weak sunlight and reflected it back like weary eyes. One wing appeared to be falling into ruin, its roof tiles missing, its windows boarded over. The grounds that surrounded it had clearly once been formal gardens, but nature had begun reclaiming its territory. Overgrown paths, toppled statuary, flower beds gone wild with weeds. They disembarked onto a platform that served perhaps a dozen passengers a day, where the station master doubled as porter and ticket collector. The village proper was a short walk along a lane bordered by hedgerows still beaded with morning dew. Holmes set a brisk pace, his keen eyes already cataloguing details, the way the villagers averted their gazes, the whispered conversations that died as they approached, the general air of unease that seemed to hang over the place like a miasma. "They know something," Holmes murmured, "and they're afraid." The village. In, a timber-frame building with a sign depicting a rather optimistic-looking swan, served as the natural gathering place for local gossip. Holmes steered them inside, where the publican, a stout man with impressive side whiskers and the cautious eyes of one who has learned to mind his own business, was wiping down the bar with methodical strokes. "2 pints of your best ale," Holmes said cheerfully, settling onto a stool with the easy manner of a man with nothing particular on his mind. "And perhaps some information, if you've any to spare." The publican's eyes flickered between them, assessing, calculating. "Information about what, then?" "Oh, this and that. My friend and I are considering taking a lease on property in the area. Peaceful spot, Surrey. Good for a man's nerves." Holmes took a long pull of the ale that had been set before him, making a satisfied sound. "We passed a rather grand old place on the way here. Tudor manor, looked to be. Vacant, is it?" "That'd be Stoke Moran." The publican's tone had gone flat. "And it's not vacant. More's the pity. Dr. Roylott lives there with his stepdaughter, and if you're thinking of settling nearby, well," he shrugged expressively, "I'd counsel you to look elsewhere." "Difficult neighbour, is he?" "Difficult." The publican gave a short, humourless laugh. "That's one word for it, I suppose. Mad as a hatter, more like. Came back from India years ago with money and strange ways, married the widow Mrs. Stoner. Lovely lady, she was too good for the likes of him. And then—" he lowered his voice, glancing around as if the walls themselves might carry tales. "She died under mysterious circumstances. The daughters, poor things, trapped up there with him. One of them died 2 years back. Heart failure, they said. But there's those in the village that wonder." "Wonder what?" Watson asked quietly. The publican leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Whether the doctor had a hand in it. He's got a terrible temper, he has. Threw the local blacksmith over a hedge once, just for some imagined slight. Keeps wild animals in the grounds. A cheetah, if you can believe it, and a baboon that screams like a dying child. The Roma people camp on his land, and there's talk of strange comings and goings at night. Lights in windows when there should be none. Odd sounds carrying across the fields." He straightened, suddenly aware he'd said too much. "But that's just village gossip, mind you. Don't mean nothing." Holmes laid a few coins on the bar with a sympathetic smile. "Village gossip often means everything, my good man. We're in your debt." Outside, the morning had advanced toward noon, the sun finally burning through the last of the fog to reveal a sky of pale, washed-out blue. The manor beckoned from its hill like something from a Gothic romance, promising secrets and shadows in equal measure. Holmes stood in the lane, studying the building with the intensity of a general surveying a battlefield, his mind clearly racing through possibilities, strategies, angles of approach. "Well, Watson," he said finally, a note of grim satisfaction in his voice, Shall we beard the lion in his den? I think it's time we paid a call on Dr. Grimesby Roylott and saw for ourselves what manner of man would keep his stepdaughter imprisoned in a house of fear. The wind had picked up, sending dead leaves skittering across the path before them, and somewhere in the distance, carried on that wind, came a sound that might have been the scream of a baboon, or might have been something else entirely. Something that made even Watson, veteran of Afghanistan, feel a cold prickle of unease between his shoulder blades. The walk up to Stoke Moran Manor felt longer than the actual distance warranted, as if the very air thickened with each step closer to that brooding edifice. The drive, once gravelled and carefully maintained, had fallen into disrepair. Weeds pushed through the stones, potholes gaped like small wounds, and the ornamental iron gates that marked the entrance hung askew on rusted hinges, one of them dragging a furrow in the earth where it had sagged too low. Holmes paused at these gates, running his fingers along the decorative ironwork, his expression thoughtful. "Notice the family crest," he murmured, indicating the design worked into the metal. "A roaring lion, a motto in Latin, fortis et fidelis, strong and faithful. How many families adopt such mottos and then proceed to embody precisely the opposite virtues? The Roylotts were powerful once, Watson, landed gentry with influence and wealth. Now look at what remains." What remained was a steady and gradual collapse. The grounds spread out in melancholy grandeur, featuring the ghosts of what had once been magnificent gardens. A maze of boxwood hedges had grown wild and shaggy, its paths obscured by years of neglect. Stone statues stood at odd intervals, Greek gods and goddesses, now missing arms or noses, their features softened by moss and lichen until they seemed to be melting back into the earth. A fountain in the centre of what had been a formal courtyard stood dry, its basin filled with dead leaves and the skeletal remains of some small bird that had become trapped and perished there. The manor house itself loomed larger as they approached, its Tudor bones still solid despite the decay afflicting its extremities. The main structure appeared sound enough, though several of the mullioned windows were cracked, and the whitewashed plaster between the dark timber beams had begun to peel and flake, giving the building a diseased appearance, as if it suffered from some architectural leprosy. The ruined wing extended to the east, more than half its roof gone, exposing bare rafters to the elements like the ribs of some great dead creature. Birds had nested in the exposed spaces. Watson could see their droppings streaking the walls, could hear their cries echoing in the hollow spaces. "Dr. Roylott is away," a voice called out, and both men turned to find Helen Stoner emerging from a side door, wrapped in a shawl despite the afternoon's relative warmth. She looked pale in the daylight, shadows beneath her eyes suggesting she'd slept little if at all. But there was determination in her bearing, a set to her jaw that spoke of resolve strengthened by hope. "He left early this morning for London on business. We have perhaps 2 hours before his likely return." "Then let us make excellent use of those 2 hours," Holmes said briskly. "Show us everything, Miss Stoner. The rooms in question, your stepfather's chambers, any detail you think might prove relevant. And please, feel free to point out anything unusual, even if it seems inconsequential. In my experience, the inconsequential often proves to be the key that unlocks the entire mystery." Helen led them inside through the main entrance, a heavy oak door studded with iron nails that opened onto a vestibule hung with portraits of long-dead Roylotts. They stared down from their frames with the haughty expressions of people who had never doubted their place in the world's hierarchy, their ruffs and doublets marking them as Elizabethan or Stuart, their faces stern with the certainty of inherited privilege. One portrait in particular caught Watson's attention, a man with Dr. Roylott's distinctive heavy brow and fierce eyes, though this ancestor wore the costume of 3 centuries past. "Sir Hugh Roylott," Helen said, following his gaze. "He was hanged for murder in 1624. The family always claimed he was innocent, framed by political enemies. My stepfather takes great pride in the connection, and says that the Roylotts have always been persecuted by lesser men who envy their strength." "A curious thing to take pride in," Holmes observed dryly. "But then, families often celebrate the strangest aspects of their history. Now, the rooms, if you please." The interior of the manor reflected the same genteel decay as its exterior. The furnishings were good. Solid English oak and mahogany, Turkish carpets that had once been valuable, portraits and landscapes in heavy gilt frames. But everything bore the patina of neglect. Dust gathered in corners that servants no longer cleaned thoroughly, The air smelled of damp and old wood and something else, something faintly exotic that Watson couldn't quite place. Incense, perhaps, or unfamiliar spices, remnants of Dr. Roylott's years in India. Helen led them up a wide staircase to the first floor, where a long corridor stretched away into dimness. Gaslights lined the walls, but many of their mantles were broken, and those that worked cast a fitful, yellowish glow that seemed to emphasize the shadows rather than dispel them. Their footsteps echoed on the bare floorboards, a lonely sound that emphasized the house's emptiness. "The inhabited rooms are all on this floor," Helen explained. "My stepfather's chamber is here, at the end of the corridor. Next to, it is what was Julia's room, and is now mine. And beyond that, my original chamber, which supposedly requires repairs." She opened a door to reveal a modest bedroom, its furnishings covered with dustcloth. "Though as you can see, no repairs have been undertaken. The room is perfectly sound." Holmes said nothing, but his eyes were everywhere, taking in every detail with that peculiar intensity that meant his mind was cataloguing, comparing, building theories and discarding them at breathtaking speed. He crossed to the window and examined the frame carefully, running his fingers along the sash, testing the lock. Then he dropped to his knees, heedless of his trousers, and examined the floorboards with equal thoroughness. "Miss Stoner," he said, still kneeling, "you mentioned that your stepfather claimed repairs were necessary. What specifically did he cite as requiring attention?" "He was vague. Something about the plaster being unsound, though I could see no evidence of it. He was quite insistent, however, almost urgent. He wanted me moved immediately." "I see." Holmes stood, brushing dust from his knees with absent-minded strokes. "And the room that is now yours, Julia's former chamber, may we see it?" The moment Helen opened the door to the adjacent room, Watson felt a peculiar chill that had nothing to do with temperature. There was something oppressive about the space, something that seemed to press down on the chest and quicken the pulse. The room was larger than Helen's original chamber, furnished with a four-poster bed, a wardrobe, a writing desk positioned near the window, and a washstand with an ancient porcelain basin. A faded carpet covered most of the floor, and heavy curtains, once rich burgundy but now faded to a dull rust colour, framed the windows. Holmes moved through the space like a bloodhound on a scent, his attention focused and absolute. He examined the windows first, testing their locks, peering at the frames, even opening one and leaning out to study the exterior wall. The drop to the ground was perhaps 15 feet, Watson estimated, with no convenient trellis or drain pipe that might provide access. "Secure," Holmes announced. "A fly could not enter through these windows without being noticed, let alone a person." "The door was locked from the inside when Julia died," Helen added quietly. "I heard her scream and found it bolted. By the time I managed to rouse the household and force it open, she had collapsed in the doorway." Holmes nodded, his attention now fixed on the door itself. He examined the lock with minute care, producing a magnifying glass from his pocket to study the mechanism more closely. "Original Victorian lock, solid construction, shows no signs of tampering. The bolt here," he indicated the sliding bolt mounted on the interior, "would make the room absolutely secure from within." He paused, frowning. "Which presents our first impossibility. How does one murder someone in a room, locked from the inside?" "Perhaps through the ventilator," Watson suggested, and Holmes's head snapped up, his eyes suddenly alight. "Ventilator, Watson? I see no ventilator." Helen crossed to the wall that adjoined her stepfather's room and pointed upward. There, near the ceiling and almost hidden by the dim light, was a small square opening, perhaps 8 inches across, fitted with a decorative grate. It was installed when the house was built, I believe, to allow air circulation between the rooms. Holmes was on the bed in an instant, standing on the mattress to bring his eyes level with the opening. The bed itself was a massive thing, a four-poster of dark wood that seemed rooted to the floor with unnatural permanence. Holmes tested it, pushing with his considerable strength, but it didn't budge. "The bed is clamped to the floor," he said, his voice carrying an edge of excitement. "Why would anyone clamp a bed to the floor, Watson? And this ventilator? It doesn't open to the outside air at all. It connects directly to Dr. Roylott's room." He pulled out his magnifying glass again, peering at the great surface, then at the wall around it. "Interesting, very interesting indeed." "What do you see?" Watson asked. "Scratches, fresh ones barely visible around the grate's edge, as if it has been removed and replaced recently, perhaps many times." Holmes jumped down from the bed with the agility of a much younger man, his movements quick with suppressed energy. And here, look at this. He was pointing at what appeared to be a bell pull, hanging beside the bed, its braided silk cord ending in a tasselled knob. It looked like any of 100 bell pulls Watson had seen in country houses throughout England, designed to summon servants with a discreet tug. "What of it?" Watson asked. "Pull it." Watson reached out and gave the cord a firm tug. Nothing happened. No distant jangle of bells, no response whatsoever. He pulled again, harder, and the cord moved easily enough but produced no result. "It's a dummy," Holmes said, satisfied in his voice. "It doesn't actually connect to anything. Someone installed it here quite recently. You can see where the plaster has been patched around the fixture. But why install a bell pull that doesn't function? Why go to the trouble?" He stood back, his eyes moving from the ventilator to the dummy bell pull to the clamped bed, his mind clearly racing through possibilities. A bed that cannot be moved, positioned directly beneath a ventilator that opens not to fresh air but to another room, and a bell pull that summons no one. "Watson, we are looking at a trap. A very clever, very deliberate trap." The pieces were falling into place in Watson's own mind now, though he couldn't yet see the complete picture. "You think something comes through the ventilator. I'm certain of it. The whistling Miss Stoner heard. That's the signal, and whatever comes through must travel down, which is why the bed cannot be moved. The victim must be in a specific position." Holmes's expression had gone cold, his jaw set in the way Watson recognised as fury kept rigidly under control. "We're dealing with a mind of considerable cunning, Watson, and considerable evil." "But what comes through?" Helen asked, her voice small and frightened. "What killed my sister?" "That," Holmes said grimly, "is what we must discover. Miss Stoner, may we see your stepfather's room?" Helen hesitated, fear flickering across her face. "He keeps it locked, and if he returns to find we've been inside, we shall be very careful to leave no trace of our presence. But I must see it, Miss Stoner. The answer to this entire mystery lies in that room. I'm certain of it." The lock on Dr. Roylott's door proved no match for Holmes's skills with a bent piece of wire. Within moments, they were inside, and Watson found himself in a room that might have been transported whole from some Maharaja's palace in Bombay or Delhi. The walls were hung with rich fabrics, deep reds and golds, patterned with elephants and peacocks. A large hookah sat on a low table, its brass fittings gleaming dully in the light from the window. Masks hung on the walls, grotesque faces with bulging eyes and protruding tongues, deities from Hindu mythology that seemed to watch their intrusion with malevolent attention. But it was the corner that drew Holmes's immediate attention. There, sitting on a wooden platform, was an iron safe, old and solid, its door secured with a heavy lock, and next to it, coiled in a wicker basket, was a length of rope. "No," Holmes breathed, crossing the room in 3 quick strides. "Not a rope. Look, Watson." Watson leaned closer and felt his blood run cold. What he had taken for rope was actually a snake, a large one, perhaps 4 feet long, its scales marked with a distinctive pattern of brownish bands against a lighter background. It lay motionless, seemingly asleep, but even in repose it radiated a sense of coiled menace. "A swamp adder," Holmes said softly. "One of the deadliest snakes in India. Its venom causes rapid paralysis and cardiac arrest, and it leaves almost no trace in the victim's system. The symptoms would be identical to heart failure or seizure, exactly what the inquest found in Julia Stoner's case." "The Speckled Band," Watson whispered. "She was trying to warn her sister about the snake." "Precisely. And the whistling. That would be Dr. Roylott calling it back after it had done its work, training it to return through the ventilator the same way it went out." Holmes straightened, his face grim. "The mechanism is clear now. Roylott waits until his victim is asleep in the bed positioned directly beneath the ventilator. He opens the grate, sends the snake through using the bell pull as a means for it to climb down, hence why the pull was installed and why it need not actually function as a bell. The snake drops onto the sleeping victim, strikes, and the venom does its work, quickly. Then Roylott whistles, calling it back before anyone can discover it. By the time the door is forced and help arrives, the snake is safely back in his room, and the victim appears to have died of natural causes. The cold logic of it, the calculating cruelty, made Watson feel physically ill. He murdered his own stepdaughter. For money. For control of her inheritance, yes, And he would have murdered Helen as well, using exactly the same method. Who would have suspected? 2 sisters, both dying of apparent heart failure in the same room. Tragic, certainly, but not impossible. Weak constitutions running in the family, the doctor would have said, shaking his head with feigned sorrow while pocketing their fortunes. Helen had gone white, one hand pressed to her throat. He sent Julia's death warrant down that rope. He was going to send mine. Holmes moved to the safe, examining it with interest. This is the question now. What else does this safe contain? What secrets does Dr. Roylott guard so carefully? He tried the handle, unsurprised to find it locked. We shall need more time to crack this particular nut, I think, and we dare not linger longer. Dr. Roylott may return at any moment. They withdrew from the room, Holmes carefully relocking the door behind them, erasing all traces of their presence. But as they descended the stairs, Watson's mind was racing. They had discovered the method of the murder, yes, but something still troubled him, something that didn't quite fit. "Holmes," he said quietly, "if the snake is the murder weapon, why did Julia speak of a band? Snakes aren't bands." Holmes paused on the landing, his hand on the banister, his expression thoughtful. "An excellent question, Watson, and one that suggests we may not yet have the complete picture. There is something else here, something we haven't yet seen. The snake is part of the answer, certainly, but perhaps not all of it." They emerged into the afternoon light, which seemed almost shockingly bright after the gloom of the manor's interior. The grounds stretched away in their melancholy disorder, and from somewhere in the overgrown gardens came a sound that might have been human laughter, or might have been the cry of the baboon Helen had mentioned. "What do we do now?" Helen asked, her voice steadier than Watson would have expected given what they'd just discovered. "Now," Holmes said, "we set our own trap. Tonight, Watson and I will return and keep vigil in your room, Miss Stoner. When Dr. Roylott sends his venomous messenger, we shall be waiting, and this time the surprise will be his." But even as he spoke, Watson caught a flicker of doubt in his friend's eyes, a suggestion that Holmes himself wasn't entirely satisfied with the explanation they'd found. The speckled band, the snake, the mechanism of murder, it all fit together too neatly perhaps, and in Watson's experience, when something in one of Holmes's cases seemed too neat, it usually meant there was another layer to the mystery, another truth hiding beneath the obvious one. The evening settled over Stoke Moran Manor like a held breath, the kind of twilight that comes in late autumn when the sun slides away early and leaves the world suspended between day and full dark. Holmes and Watson had taken rooms at the village inn, maintaining the fiction that they were travellers passing through, men of leisure exploring the Surrey countryside. They dined on a simple supper of mutton stew and bread, speaking little, each lost in his own thoughts. The publican watched them with barely concealed curiosity, but asked no questions. Perhaps he'd learned long ago that questions about gentlemen's business rarely led anywhere profitable. As the church clock struck 9, they made their way back toward the manor, keeping to the shadows of the hedgerows, 2 dark figures moving through darker landscape. The moon had risen, nearly full, casting everything in shades of silver and charcoal. It was the kind of light that transformed familiar things into something strange, that made ordinary trees look like twisted sentinels and turned the manor itself into something from a Gothic romance, all sharp angles and deep shadows. Helen had left the garden door unlocked as arranged, and they slipped inside with the silence of practiced conspirators. The house was quiet, that peculiar quiet of old buildings at night when every board and beam seems to hold its breath, when the smallest sound, a settling joist, a mouse in the wainscoting, echoes like thunder. They could hear Dr. Roylott moving about on the floor above, his heavy footsteps crossing and recrossing his room, restless as a caged tiger. Helen met them in the downstairs hall, a candle trembling in her hand. She'd changed into her nightdress and wrapper, maintaining the appearance of her normal evening routine. "He's been in a foul mood all day," she whispered, snapping at me over nothing, watching me with those terrible eyes of his. "I think he suspects something." "All the more reason for caution," Holmes murmured. "You've done well, Miss Stoner. Now to your room as you would any other night. Lock the door, place a chair against it, and under no circumstances open it before morning. Watson and I will position ourselves in Julia's old chamber, your current room, and wait. If you hear any disturbance, any sound at all, light your candle in the window as we discussed. Otherwise, sit tight and trust that by morning this nightmare will be over." They watched her ascend the stairs, her shadow stretching and shrinking on the wall as she passed each gas lamp. When her door closed, and they heard the reassuring click of the bolt sliding home, Holmes gestured for Watson to follow him. They made their way up the same staircase, moving with exaggerated care, testing each step before committing their weight to it. The corridor stretched before them, that long tunnel of dimness with its failing gas lamps and faded carpet, and at its end Dr. Roylott's door stood closed, a bar of yellow light showing beneath it. Holmes eased open the door to what had been Julia's chamber, and they slipped inside. The room looked different at night, more oppressive somehow, as if darkness had a weight that pressed down from the ceiling. Holmes had brought his dark lantern, and by its narrow beam they arranged themselves for the long wait. They pulled chairs to a position where they could watch both the ventilator and the door, settling in with the patience of hunters at a blind. No talking, Holmes breathed, his lips barely moving. No sound at all. He must believe the room is empty, believe that Helen is where she should be. And Watson, your revolver, have it ready. Watson drew his service revolver from his pocket, its weight familiar and reassuring in his hand. He'd cleaned and oiled it that afternoon, ensuring it would fire without hesitation if needed. The thought of using it against a snake seemed almost absurd, but then everything about this case had an element of the absurd to it, the impossible made real. Time moved strangely in the darkness. Minutes stretched like hours, each second marked by Watson's own heartbeat thudding in his ears. His eyes adjusted gradually to the gloom, picking out shapes and shadows, the massive bulk of the four-poster bed, the darker rectangle of the wardrobe, the faint gleam of moonlight on the window glass. The house settled around them with its nocturnal creaks and sighs, sounds that would normally pass unnoticed but now seemed fraught with significance. Somewhere distant a church clock struck 11, then midnight. The moon tracked slowly across the sky, its light shifting through the window, painting new patterns on the floor. Watson's legs began to cramp from sitting motionless, but he dared not move, dared not make the slightest sound that might alert Dr. Roylott to their presence. It was perhaps 1 o'clock when they heard it, so faint at first that Watson thought he might be imagining it. A trick played by ears straining too hard in silence. But no, there it was again. A low whistle, soft and musical, coming from the direction of Dr. Roylott's room. The signal. The death summons. Holmes's hand gripped Watson's arm with sudden fierce intensity, his fingers like iron. In the dimness, Watson could see his friend's profile, every muscle tensed, every sense focused on the ventilator grate near the ceiling. Long seconds passed. The whistle came again, slightly louder, more insistent, and then Watson saw it. A slight movement at the ventilator, a shadow crossing the metal grate. Something was coming through, something that moved with sinuous grace, lowering itself toward the bed below. Watson's finger tightened on the revolver's trigger. His breath caught in his throat. But Holmes moved first, lunging forward with startling speed. He struck with his cane at the dummy bell pull, a sharp blow that made a sound like a gunshot in the confined space. "Watson! The lantern!" Watson fumbled with the dark lantern, his hands suddenly clumsy, and flooded the room with light. What he saw made him freeze, his mind struggling to reconcile expectation with reality. There was no snake descending toward the bed. Instead, dangling from the ventilator on a thin rope was a small leather pouch, perhaps 6 inches long, tied with a drawstring. As they watched, the pouch jerked upward suddenly, yanked back through the ventilator by whoever controlled the rope from the other side. "Stop!" Holmes shouted, already moving toward the door. "Watson, with me!" They burst into the corridor, Holmes leading, and threw open the door to Dr. Roylott's room without ceremony or caution. The scene that met their eyes was one of chaos. Dr. Roylott stood by the ventilator, frantically pulling on a rope, his face contorted with fury and fear. The snake basket in the corner lay empty, its lid thrown back, and there, on the floor between them, was the leather pouch, contents spilled across the carpet in a glittering cascade. Jewels, dozens of them, diamonds, rubies, emeralds, sapphires, all loose stones, unset, catching the lamplight and throwing it back in prismatic splendour. They lay scattered like fallen stars, a fortune in gems spread across the threadbare Turkish rug. Holmes took it all in with a single sweeping glance, and Watson saw understanding bloom across his face, swift and complete. "Not murder," Holmes breathed. "Smuggling." Dr. Roylott straightened, abandoning the rope, and when he turned to face them, Watson saw something shift in the man's expression. The fury was still there, burning like coals, but beneath it was calculation, a mind working frantically through options and finding none of them good. "You have no right," Roylott began, his voice like gravel crushed underfoot. "We have every right," Holmes cut him off, his tone cold as winter steel. "And more than that, we have the truth. The ventilator, the dummy bell pull, the bed clamped in position, all of it designed not for murder but for smuggling. The stones come from London by courier, yes, delivered to your confederates, then brought here by night. They're lowered through the ventilator on that rope, using the bell pull as a guide so they drop precisely onto the bed where they can be collected without risk of losing any in the darkness. The arrangement of the furniture ensures the pouch lands in exactly the same spot each time. Efficient, ingenious even." Roylott said nothing, but his jaw worked as if he were chewing words too bitter to spit out. "The stones are then stored in that safe," Holmes gestured to the iron box in the corner, "until they can be moved along to your fence, likely someone in the village or perhaps one of the Roma people camped on your grounds. Indian jewels, smuggled out of the subcontinent where you spent so many years, brought into England without troubling the customs authorities, with details or taxes, a lucrative business, I imagine. Certainly lucrative enough to kill for if the need arose." "I killed no one," Roylott growled, but there was a hollowness to the denial that robbed it of conviction. "No?" Holmes's eyebrow arched. "Then perhaps you'll explain Julia Stoner's death. She slept in that room, the very room where your smuggling operation deposited its contraband. She discovered your secret, didn't she? Heard the whistle, saw the pouch descending, perhaps even examined the stones, and 2 weeks before her wedding, 2 weeks before she would have taken her inheritance and left your control forever, she died under mysterious circumstances. Convenient, wouldn't you say?" Watson watched Roylott's face, saw the muscles in his jaw clench and unclench, saw sweat begin to bead on his forehead despite the room's chill. The man was a study in barely controlled violence, his massive frame trembling with the effort of restraining himself, but Holmes stood his ground, fearless, waiting for the truth with that implacable patience that had broken harder men than this. It was an accident. The words came out strangled, forced through a throat that didn't want to release them. "Julia did discover the operation. She confronted me, threatening to expose everything. We argued. She was going to run, to leave the house that very night and go to the authorities. I couldn't allow it. The scandal would have ruined everything, cost me not just the smuggling operation but the estate itself, Helen's inheritance, everything. I struck her. Not hard, I swear. Just meant to stop her, to make her listen. But she fell, hit her head on the bedpost. By the time I realized what had happened, she was dead." The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the ticking of a clock somewhere in the house and the distant hoot of an owl in the grounds outside. Watson felt sick, the casual brutality of it turning his stomach. An accident, Roylott called it, as if that somehow absolved him. As if Julia Stoner's life had been worth so little that ending it with a careless blow was merely an unfortunate mishap. "And the dying words," Holmes said, his voice quiet but cutting. "The Speckled Band." She wasn't referring to a snake at all, was she? Roylott shook his head slowly. "The jewels." As she was dying, she saw the pouch, saw the gems spilling out, the necklaces especially. Several of them were designed with alternating coloured stones, creating a banded, speckled pattern. With her last breath, she was trying to tell her sister what she'd discovered, trying to warn her about the smuggling operation. But I was the only one who understood. Helen thought. He laughed, a terrible sound without humour. Helen thought it was some kind of cryptic warning about a danger in the room. I let her think about it. The coroner ruled natural causes. The blow had been light enough to leave no obvious mark, and Julia's weak heart did the rest. I was safe. Until Helen became engaged, Watson said, the pieces falling into place in his own mind now. Until she too threatened your control of the estate. I had to move her into that room. Roylott's voice had taken on a desperate quality, the sound of a man trying to justify the unjustifiable. Not to kill her. I had no intention of that, I swear, but I needed her frightened, needed her to believe the room was cursed or haunted or dangerous. If she refused to marry out of fear, If she remained under my roof, I could maintain control of her inheritance, keep the smuggling operation running, the whistle, the pouch descending in the night. I knew it would terrify her, knew she'd connect it to Julia's death. And it worked. She was afraid. She would have called off the engagement eventually. But she didn't, Holmes said. She came to me instead. Roylott's face contorted. Meddling, interfering. You had no right. We had every right, and you have none. Holmes's voice cracked like a whip. You killed one woman, would have psychologically tortured another into submission, all to maintain your criminal enterprise and your grip on money that was never rightfully yours. The law will have much to say about all of this, Dr. Roylott. For a moment, Watson thought the man might attack them. Roylott's hands balled into fists, his shoulders hunched, every line of his body radiating violence barely leashed. But then something seemed to deflate in him, the fight going out all at once like air from a punctured bladder. He sank into a chair, his head dropping into his hands. The estate is drowning in debt, he said dully. The title, the land, the house, all of it mortgaged to the hilt. The smuggling was the only thing keeping us afloat. Without it. He looked up, and Watson was startled to see something almost like pleading in those fierce eyes. Helen will be left with nothing. The creditors will seize everything. Was that better? To leave her penniless? That, Holmes said coldly, was for her to decide, not you. You robbed her of agency, of choice, of her very sister. Don't dress your crimes in the garments of concern for her welfare. It's beneath you. The confrontation was broken by a knock at the door, timid and hesitant. Helen's voice came through the wood, tremulous with fear. "Mr. Holmes, I heard shouting. Is everything?" Holmes opened the door, his expression softening instantly. "Everything is well, Miss Stoner. Or rather, everything soon will be. Your stepfather has confessed to your sister's death, and to the smuggling operation that necessitated moving you into her room. You are safe now, truly safe." Helen looked past him at her stepfather, slumped in his chair, and Watson saw a complicated mixture of emotions cross her face. Relief certainly, but also grief, and something that might have been pity. "Julia," she whispered. "He killed Julia." "Not intentionally," Holmes said gently. "Though the distinction matters little to the law, and should matter less to the heart. She discovered his secret, and he struck her to keep her silent. The rest was chance and her own unfortunate constitution. But Miss Stoner, you should know. Her final words were not about danger to you. They were about the jewels she'd discovered, the speckled band of gemstones in their settings. She was trying to expose the truth even as she died." Watson watched Helen absorb this, saw her eyes fill with tears that didn't quite fall. To learn the truth of a sister's death 2 years after the fact, to understand that the cryptic warning had been misunderstood all this time, it was almost too much to bear. And yet she bore it, standing straight despite the trembling in her hands. "What happens now?" she asked. "Now," Holmes said, "we send for the authorities. Dr. Roylott will face justice for your sister's death and for his smuggling activities. As for you, Miss Stoner, you will be free. Free to marry or not as you choose, free to make your own decisions about your life and your inheritance. Whatever debts encumber this estate, they are not your burden to bear." They waited in the drawing room for the local constabulary to arrive, Holmes keeping watch over Roylott while Watson sat with Helen, offering what comfort he could. The gems lay scattered across the floor of Roylott's room, a glittering accusation that caught and threw back the lamplight. Outside, the night was giving way to the first grey suggestions of dawn, and with the light came a sense of ending, of chapters closing. When the police finally arrived, summoned by a boy from the village whom Holmes had sent running, they took in the scene with the bewildered expressions of men confronted with crimes beyond their usual rural experience. But the evidence was clear enough even for them. The gems, the smuggling apparatus, and Roylott's own confession, which he repeated in a dull monotone, all fight gone from him. As they led him away, Dr. Grimsby Roylott looked back once at the manor that had been his family's for generations, and Watson saw in that glance the recognition that he would never see it again. The Roylott name, already tainted by scandal and debt, would now be forever associated with murder and smuggling. The proud motto, Fortis et Fidelis, strong and faithful, had proven to be nothing more than empty words on a rusted gate. Holmes and Watson walked Helen back to the village as the sun rose properly, painting the Surrey countryside in shades of gold and amber. The nightmare was over, the truth exposed, justice on its way to being served. And yet Watson couldn't shake a certain melancholy, a sense that while they had solved the mystery, they had also torn apart whatever fragile stability had remained in Helen Stoner's world. But perhaps, he thought, watching her face turn toward the rising sun, that was sometimes the price of truth. And perhaps she was stronger than anyone had given her credit for. The morning light revealed Stoke Moran Manor in all its melancholy decay, the kind of harsh illumination that made secrets impossible to keep. What had seemed Gothic and mysterious by moonlight now simply looked sad. A great house falling slowly into ruin, its grounds overgrown, its windows like tired eyes that had seen too much and wanted only to close. The local constabulary had established themselves in the drawing room, their heavy boots tracking mud across carpets that had once been valuable, their voices echoing in rooms that had grown accustomed to silence. Inspector Bradstreet had arrived from London by the early train, summoned by Holmes's telegram. He was a solid, dependable man with greying whiskers and the patient eyes of someone who had spent decades sorting truth from lies, wheat from chaff. Watson had worked with him before, knew him to be capable if unimaginative, the sort of policeman who followed procedures with religious devotion and rarely leapt to conclusions. He stood now in the centre of the drawing room, surrounded by evidence that Holmes and the local constables had carefully gathered. The leather pouch, the scattered gemstones, the rope used to lower the contraband through the ventilator, even the wicker basket that had once housed Dr. Roylott's snake. "Let me see if I understand this correctly," Bradstreet said, his notebook open in his hands, his pencil poised. Dr. Roylott was operating a smuggling ring, bringing Indian jewels into England through this manor house. Miss Julia Stoner discovered the operation 2 years ago and confronted him. In the struggle that followed, he struck her, and she died from the blow combined with a weak constitution. Her dying words, the Speckled Band, referred not to a snake, but to the patterned jewellery she had seen. Is that the substance of it? In essence, Holmes agreed, standing by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, his sharp profile outlined against the morning light. Though the substance, as you put it, is merely the skeleton, the flesh of the matter is considerably more complex. Bradstreet sighed with the air of a man who knew complexity was coming, whether he wanted it or not. "Go on, then." Holmes turned from the window, his grey eyes gleaming with that particular intensity that meant his mind was working at full speed, connecting threads invisible to ordinary observers. "Consider the logistics, Inspector. Dr. Roylott spent years in India, ostensibly practicing medicine, but also, we may safely assume, establishing connections with jewel merchants, mine operators, perhaps even thieves and smugglers already operating in that part of the world. India is rich in gemstones, diamonds, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, and has been for centuries. It's also a place where, for those with the right contacts and the willingness to bend laws, substantial fortunes can be made in the trade of such stones." Watson watched as Holmes began to pace, a sure sign that he was building towards something, constructing an argument piece by piece. Outside, the sound of the Roma camp stirring drifted through the window, voices calling in their own language, the whinny of horses, the clatter of pots. They would have questions soon, those travellers who had made their camp on Roylott's land. They deserved answers. "Roylott returns to England," Holmes continued, "to a family estate drowning in debt, a crumbling manor house, and lands mortgaged beyond hope of redemption. But he has one asset, his late wife's fortune, held in trust for her daughters until their marriages. He has access to the interest, enough to maintain a minimal household, but the capital itself is beyond his reach, and the interest alone is insufficient to restore the Roylott name to its former glory, insufficient even to keep the creditors entirely at bay." "So he turns to smuggling," Bradstreet said. "Precisely. But smuggling requires infrastructure. He needs a way to receive the stones once they arrive in England, a secure location to store them, and connections to move them along to buyers who won't ask troublesome questions about provenance or import duties." Holmes gestured around the room. "Stoke Moran provides the perfect base of operations. Isolated, with a history that keeps locals at a respectful distance, populated only by Roylott himself and his stepdaughters. The Roma camp on the grounds provides cover. Any unusual comings and goings can be attributed to them, and indeed, They are no doubt assumed by the villagers to be involved in all manner of criminal activities simply by virtue of their presence. Watson thought of the publican's words from the previous day, the dark hints about strange comings and goings at night. The Roma people had been the perfect scapegoats, suspected of crimes they hadn't committed while the true criminal lived in the manor house itself, hiding behind the respectability of his name and title. The ventilator system was already in place, Holmes went on, an architectural feature of the original construction. But Roylott adapted it to his purposes. A confederate in London will need to identify him, but I suspect a jeweller or dealer in the city receives the stones from India through whatever channels Roylott has established. Perhaps they come in shipments of legitimate goods, hidden among items that pass through customs without particular scrutiny. Perhaps they're carried by travellers who have been paid or coerced to serve as unwitting couriers. The specific method matters less than the result. And the result, Bradstreet said, following along, is that the stones reach London safely, where they must then be transported to Surrey without creating a paper trail that might interest the authorities. Here, Roylott's solution was elegantly simple. His confederate, or perhaps an intermediary, someone who can travel between London and Surrey without attracting notice, brings the stones to the manor at night, but rather than delivering them to the front door where servants might notice, where records might be kept, the courier approaches from the grounds. They gain access to Roylott's room from outside. The window, Watson interjected, seeing it now. That's why you examined it so carefully. Someone climbs up from the outside, opens the window and passes the pouch through to Roylott. Indeed. But Roylott has refined the system further. He doesn't even need to be in the room when the delivery occurs. The courier simply lowers the pouch through the ventilator, using the rope as a guide. The dummy bell pull serves as a weight, ensuring the pouch descends in a straight line and lands precisely on the bed, which has been clamped in position to guarantee accuracy. Roylott retrieves the stones at his leisure, stores them in his safe until they can be moved to his fence, likely someone in the village or among the Roma, though we'll need to investigate further. Bradstreet was writing furiously now, his pencil scratching across the page, and Miss Julia Stoner discovered this operation. By accident, almost certainly. She slept in that room. It was her chamber at the time. Perhaps she woke one night and heard the whistle, saw the pouch descending through the ventilator. Perhaps she investigated the next morning and found gemstones that shouldn't have been there. However it happened, she learned her stepfather's secret, and that knowledge killed her. The room fell silent for a moment, the only sound the ticking of the mantelpiece clock and the distant cry of rooks in the trees outside. Watson felt the weight of it, the casual cruelty of a man who would kill his stepdaughter to protect a criminal enterprise. Not in hot blood, perhaps, not with premeditation, but the result was the same. Julia Stoner had died because she'd seen something she shouldn't have, known something that threatened her stepfather's schemes. Her dying words make sense now, Helen Stoner said quietly from her seat by the fire. She'd been so still that Watson had almost forgotten she was there, but now she spoke with a kind of terrible clarity. The Speckled Band. She was trying to tell me about the jewels and warn me about what our stepfather was doing, but I didn't understand. How could I? It seemed like madness, like the raving of someone in the grip of delirium. I thought, her voice broke slightly, I thought there was some creature, some danger in the room itself. I never imagined. Holmes crossed to her, his expression gentler than Watson usually saw it. You could not have known, Miss Stoner. Your stepfather deliberately cultivated that misunderstanding. The snake he kept, the exotic animals, the reputation for eccentricity and violence, all of it served to reinforce the idea that there might indeed be some dangerous creature involved. When he told you that your sister had died of natural causes, that her final words were the product of a dying mind's confusion, you had no reason to disbelieve him. But when I became engaged, Helen said, when I threatened to leave just as Julia had, he couldn't kill you outright. Julia's death had already raised questions, even if they'd been officially dismissed. Another sudden death would have brought unwelcome scrutiny, might have triggered an investigation that could uncover the smuggling operation. So instead, he moved you into that room, knowing you'd experienced the same phenomena Julia had, the whistling, the sight of something descending through the ventilator in the night. He counted on your fear, on the memory of your sister's death in that same chamber, to keep you from marrying. A terrified woman doesn't walk down the aisle after all. She stays home, stays under her stepfather's control, and her inheritance remains in his grasp. Bradstreet looked up from his notebook. Psychological torture instead of murder. That's coldly calculated. Dr. Roylott is many things, Holmes said, but he is not stupid. He'd learned from Julia's death that violence, even accidental violence, was too risky. Better to achieve his aims through fear and manipulation. And it might have worked, had Miss Stoner not possessed the courage to come to Baker Street and seek help. A commotion outside interrupted the conversation. Raised voices, the sound of someone arguing with the constable stationed at the door. A moment later, the drawing-room door burst open, and a man entered with the kind of aggressive confidence that suggested he was accustomed to getting his way. He was perhaps 45, well dressed in the manner of a successful London tradesman, with a prosperous belly and sharp eyes that darted around the room, cataloguing everything they saw. "I demand to know what's happening here," he announced, his voice carrying the flat vowels of London's commercial districts. "I've come all the way from the city, been travelling since dawn, and I'm told Dr. Roylott has been arrested. On what charges? And who, might I ask, are you people?" Bradstreet stepped forward, his hand raised in a calming gesture. "And you are?" "Samuel Turnbull. I'm a jeweller with premises on Hatton Garden. Dr. Roylott is a client of mine, has been for several years. I've come on business, we had an appointment scheduled for today, and I find the place swarming with police. I'll ask again, what's going on?" Holmes and Bradstreet exchanged glances, and Watson saw understanding pass between them. The Confederate had delivered himself to their door, drawn by routine and ignorance of the previous night's events. Sometimes, Watson reflected, the police didn't need to be brilliant detectives. They simply needed to wait for criminals to walk into their traps. "Mr. Turnbull," Holmes said smoothly, "I am Sherlock Holmes, and this is Inspector Bradstreet of Scotland Yard. We're investigating a smuggling operation that has been running through this manor house for some time. Dr. Roylott has confessed to his part in the scheme. Perhaps you'd like to tell us about yours." The colour drained from Turnbull's face, leaving it the shade of old paste. His mouth opened and closed several times, producing no sound, and his hand groped for the back of a chair as if he needed support to remain standing. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a legitimate businessman. I've done nothing wrong." "Really?" Holmes raised an eyebrow. "Then perhaps you'd care to explain the nature of your business with Dr. Roylott. What appointment brought you all the way from London on such short notice?" Turnbull's eyes darted toward the door, clearly calculating the chances of escape, but the constable had positioned himself there, arms crossed, an immovable obstacle. Trapped, the jeweller seemed to deflate, his shoulders slumping. "I want a solicitor," he said weakly. "I'm not saying anything without legal representation." "As is your right," Bradstreet agreed, "but I should inform you that Dr. Roylott has been quite forthcoming about the details of the smuggling operation, including the names of his confederates. Cooperation at this stage might go easier for you than obstinacy." It took another hour of careful questioning, of presenting evidence and wearing down resistance. But eventually Turnbull's story emerged. He was indeed a jeweller, a man with legitimate premises and a respectable clientele, but the business had struggled in recent years. When Roylott had approached him with a proposition, buying unset gemstones at well below market value, no questions asked. Turnbull had convinced himself it wasn't really criminal. Roylott was a gentleman after all, a doctor, a man with a title and an estate. Surely such stones came by honestly, perhaps family heirlooms being discreetly sold to cover temporary financial embarrassment. "I never knew they were smuggled," Turnbull insisted, though his eyes told a different story. "How did I know? Dr. Roylott said they were from his time in India, pieces he'd acquired legitimately. I had no reason to doubt him." "Except for the prices," Holmes said dryly, "which were, by your own admission, well below market value. That alone should have raised questions in the mind of any honest tradesman." Turnbull had nothing to say to that, and his silence was more damning than any confession. He was the middleman, Watson understood, the fence who provided a veneer of legitimacy to the operation. The stones would pass through his hands, be set in jewellery or sold to other dealers, and gradually make their way into the legitimate market, their smuggled origins obscured by layers of transactions. "There's one more piece of the puzzle," Holmes said, turning to Bradstreet. "The Roma camp. Roylott allowed them to stay on his land, even encouraged it. I suspect we'll find that some of them were involved in the operation as well, perhaps as couriers bringing the stones from London, or as additional fences moving them, through networks the police rarely monitor. But here Holmes was proven partially wrong. When Bradstreet's men questioned the Roma families, they found not accomplices but victims of a different sort. Yes, one of the men had occasionally done work for Roylott, carrying packages between the manor and the village, but he'd believed himself to be delivering medicines or personal correspondence, nothing illegal. Roylott had paid generously and asked few questions, and the Roma, accustomed to being blamed for crimes they didn't commit, had been grateful for the work. "We're always the first ones suspected," the man said bitterly through a translator. "A chicken goes missing from a farm. The Roma must have stolen it. A house is burgled. The Roma must be responsible." Dr. Roylott knew this. He knew that if anything went wrong, if anyone noticed suspicious activity, we'd be blamed before anyone looked at him. Another layer of cynicism, Watson thought. Another example of how Roylott had used everyone around him, his stepdaughters, the Roma travellers, even his jeweller confederate, as tools and shields to serve his purposes. By afternoon, the shape of the entire operation had become clear. Roylott's contacts in India, former colleagues from his medical practice, men he'd met in the clubrooms of Bombay and Delhi, smuggled gemstones out of the country through various means, probably hidden in shipments of legitimate goods. These made their way to London, where Turnbull or another intermediary received them. A courier, usually someone with a reason to travel regularly between London and Surrey, would bring the stones to Stoke Moran at night, where they'd be delivered through the window and ventilator system Holmes had deduced. Roylott would store them briefly in his safe, then sell them through Turnbull or other fences, keeping the operation small enough to avoid major attention but profitable enough to fund his attempts at restoring the family fortune. It was, in its way, an impressive scheme, and it might have continued indefinitely. A quiet rural crime that hurt no one directly, lined a few pockets, and defrauded the customs authorities of revenue they'd never miss. But Julius Stoner had died, and that changed everything. A stolen chicken can be forgiven. A dead woman demands answers. As the sun began its descent toward evening, casting long shadows across the manor's grounds, Watson found Helen Stoner standing in the garden, looking up at the house that had been her prison. "What will happen to it?" she asked when he approached. "To Stoke Moran." "The creditors will seize it," Watson said gently. "I'm sorry, Miss Stoner, but the debts are real, and with your stepfather facing trial for murder and smuggling, there's no one to contest their claims." She nodded slowly, and to Watson's surprise she smiled. A small, tired smile, but genuine. "Good," she said. "Let it fall. Let the roof cave in and the walls crumble and the gardens go. Completely wild. Let it become a ruin and a memory. Julia died here, and I nearly went mad here. Some places deserve to be forgotten." And watching her walk away from the manor without looking back, Watson thought she might be right. The investigation stretched across the following week like a slow-burning fuse, each day revealing new connections, new threads in the web that Dr. Grimsby Roylott had spun across 2 continents in half a decade. Holmes remained in Surrey, taking rooms at the village inn that became an unofficial headquarters for the unravelling conspiracy. Watson stayed with him, of course, partly out of loyalty, partly out of professional curiosity, but mostly because he sensed that his friend needed the steadying presence of someone who understood that justice was more than simply solving puzzles, that real lives hung in the balance of their discoveries. Inspector Bradstreet had requisitioned the manor's library as a makeshift office, its dusty shelves and faded leather volumes providing an oddly appropriate backdrop for sorting through the documentary evidence of Roylott's crimes. The safe in his bedroom had yielded its secrets readily enough once a locksmith was brought from London, correspondence with jewel merchants in Bombay and Madras, ledgers documenting purchases and sales written in a crude cipher that Holmes cracked in less than an hour, and a collection of gemstones still waiting to be moved along the smuggling chain. These last were particularly damning. 43 loose stones of various types, their combined value somewhere north of £3,000, all sitting in velvet-lined cases with no provenance, no documentation, no legitimate explanation for their presence. £3,000, Bradstreet mused, holding a particularly fine ruby up to the library window, watching it catch the afternoon light and throw it back in shades of blood and fire. That's more than most men see in a lifetime of honest work. And this was just one shipment, you say? One of many, Holmes confirmed. His fingers steepled as he reclined in a wing-backed chair that had probably been old when the first Roylott claimed the manor. Based on the ledgers, he's been running this operation for at least 5 years, possibly longer. The earlier records may have been destroyed or are hidden elsewhere. Conservative estimate, he's moved perhaps £15,000 to £20,000 worth of smuggled gemstones through Stoke Moran since returning from India. Watson whistled softly. £20,000 was a fortune, the kind of sum that could restore a failing estate, pay off crushing debts, and still leave enough to live comfortably for years. And yet the manor remained in decay. The gardens overgrown, the servants reduced to a skeleton staff. "Where did the money go?" he asked. "Ah, Watson, you've put your finger on precisely the question that's been troubling me." Holmes leaned forward, his grey eyes intense. Roylott was making substantial sums from his smuggling activities, yet the estate continued to decline. The debts weren't paid, the house wasn't maintained. Either he was spending the money on something else, or— he paused, a frown creasing his brow— or the operation wasn't as profitable as it should have been. Over the next several days that question would be answered, though the answer itself would prove more complex than any of them anticipated. The ledgers told part of the story, but it was the correspondence. Letters sent and received, carefully preserved despite the incriminating nature of their contents, that revealed the true scope and nature of Roylott's criminal enterprise. The India connection, as Holmes had surmised, consisted of several former colleagues from Roylott's medical practice in Bombay. One was a doctor who had treated the families of mine owners and had cultivated relationships that gave him access to uncut stones, which he purchased at local prices and then shipped to England hidden in medical supplies. Another was a retired civil servant who had spent 30 years in the colonial administration and knew every customs officer, harbour master and shipping clerk between Calcutta and Southampton. A third was a jeweller in Madras who specialised in buying estate jewellery from declining aristocratic families and breaking the pieces down, removing stones from their settings to be sold individually. "It's quite brilliant in a criminal sort of way," Holmes said, laying out the correspondence on the library table like pieces of a puzzle. The stones enter the supply chain legitimately, purchased at Indian market rates from legal sources, but then they're smuggled out of the country to avoid export duties and import taxes, which on luxury goods like gemstones are substantial. Once in England, they're sold at prices below market value but well above what was paid for them in India. Everyone involved makes a profit, and the only loser is the government, which never sees the tax revenue it's owed. "But surely Roylott's partners in India were taking their cut," Watson observed. "That would reduce his profits considerably." "Indeed it would, and here's where the scheme becomes more complicated and more interesting." Holmes selected one letter from the pile, a document written on thin paper in a cramped, careful hand. This is from Dr. Marcus Wendell, Roylott's primary contact in Bombay. He writes with some concern about our mutual friend's expenses, noting that the costs of securing and shipping the stones have risen substantially, and wondering whether the arrangement remains profitable for all parties concerned. Bradstreet leaned over to read the letter, his brow furrowed. "What expenses? Surely the shipping cost can't be that high." "Not the shipping," Holmes said, "the securing. Look at this passage here. The friends who facilitate our transactions have become increasingly demanding in their compensation." He's talking, sir, about bribes, Inspector. Customs officials, harbour masters, shipping clerks, all the people who need to look the other way while crates of medical supplies or personal effects move through their domains without proper inspection. And bribes, once established, have a tendency to increase. The official who took 10 rupees last year wants 20 this year, and 30 the year after. It's the inevitable mathematics of corruption. Watson thought about this, trying to calculate the economics of the operation. So Roylott's profit margin was being squeezed from both ends, his partners in India taking their shares, and the cost of bribes constantly rising. Precisely, and there's another factor. Holmes produced a second letter, this one written on better paper in a bold, aggressive hand. This is from our friend Mr. Turnbull, the Hatton Garden jeweller. He writes, and I quote, "The market for loose stones has become increasingly competitive, and I find it necessary to reduce my offering prices accordingly. I trust this will not prove too great an inconvenience." In other words, he's cutting the amount he's willing to pay Roylott for the smuggled gems. "Because he can," Bradstreet said, understanding dawn. "Roylott needs him more than he needs Roylott. If Roylott refuses the lower prices, he's left holding smuggled goods he can't move through legitimate channels. He has no leverage. Exactly so, and thus we see the true picture of Roylott's criminal enterprise. Yes, he was smuggling gemstones worth thousands of pounds, but after paying his Indian partners, after covering the ever-increasing costs of bribes and facilitation, after accepting Turnbull's reduced prices, his actual profit was substantially less. My estimate, based on these ledgers and letters, is that he was clearing perhaps £3,000 to £4,000 per year from the operation. A respectable sum, certainly, enough to live comfortably, but nowhere near enough to restore a failing estate, pay off accumulated debts, and maintain the lifestyle he felt his name and title entitled him to. The afternoon light slanted through the library windows, painting everything in shades of amber and gold, and Watson found himself feeling an odd sort of sympathy for Roylott. Not for the murder, that was unforgivable, but for the desperation that must have driven him. To be trapped in a crumbling ancestral home, surrounded by reminders of former glory, watching the family name sink deeper into debt and obscurity despite his criminal efforts to save it. It was almost Shakespearean in its tragedy. "There's something else," Holmes said, and his tone made both Watson and Bradstreet look up sharply. The letters mention a new arrangement that was being discussed. "Look at this. It's dated 3 months ago, shortly before Helen Stoner became engaged. Dr. Wendell writes that he's found a buyer willing to purchase large quantities of stones on a regular basis, but the buyer insists on dealing directly rather than going through intermediaries like Turnbull. He suggests that Roylott travelled to London to meet this buyer and discuss terms." "Did he?" Bradstreet asked. "The ledgers show a trip to London 2 months ago, lasting 3 days. No details about what transpired, but—" Holmes fell silent, his fingers drumming on the arm of his chair in that restless way that meant his mind was racing ahead, seeing connections invisible to others. "I think we need to speak with Dr. Wendell directly. Bradstreet, can you arrange for a telegram to be sent to the Bombay police? I'd like to know more about this mysterious buyer and about the full scope of the operation in India." The telegram was duly sent, but the reply wouldn't arrive for days. The vagaries of international communication meant that correspondence between England and India moved at the pace of steamships and telegraph wires, measured in days and weeks rather than hours. In the meantime, Holmes turned his attention to the local aspects of the case, interviewing the villagers, the Roma families still camped on Roylott's land, and even the servants who had remained in the doctor's employ. It was from Mrs. Dawson, the cook who had served the family for 15 years, that they learned some of the most poignant details. She was a stout woman in her 50s with flour perpetually dusting her apron, and a manner that suggested she suffered fools poorly, but treated honest folk with rough kindness. "The doctor was always angry," she said, sitting in the manor's kitchen with her hands wrapped around a cup of tea. "From the day he returned from India with poor Mrs. Stoner and the girls, he had a rage in him that never quite went away. But it got worse after the mistress died. She was the only one who could calm him, you see. She'd speak to him softly when he was in one of his moods, and he'd settle like a wild horse being gentled. But once she was gone—" Mrs. Dawson shook her head. "He took to spending more and more time in his room, doing Lord knows what. Strange visitors at odd hours, the Roma people coming and going, and those terrible animals he brought from India. That cheetah scared the life out of me more than once." "Did you ever see any of the jewels?" Holmes asked. "Once or twice. Caught a glimpse of them when I brought his supper tray up. Pretty things they were, all sparkly in their cases. I thought maybe they were family heirlooms he was thinking of selling. God knows the family needed the money." She paused, her expression troubled. "Miss Julia's death nearly broke my heart. Such a sweet girl, and so excited about her wedding. She'd shown me her dress, you know, lace and silk, beautiful as a dream, and then she was gone, just like that." "You didn't believe it was natural causes," Watson said gently. Mrs. Dawson looked down at her tea. "I didn't know what to believe, sir. The doctor said it was her heart, and who was I to argue with a medical man? But there was something wrong about it all. The way he acted afterward, not grieving exactly, but satisfied almost. Like something that needed doing had been done. And then when Miss Helen got engaged, he moved her into Julia's old room." She shuddered. "I knew something terrible was going to happen. I just didn't know what to do about it." It was a familiar story, Watson thought. The servant who sees too much but has no power to act, trapped between loyalty and conscience, between the need for employment and the knowledge that something is deeply wrong. How many tragedies played out in great houses while the servants watched? helpless. The breakthrough in the case came not from Surrey but from London, and not from official channels but from one of Holmes's vast network of irregular informants. A telegram arrived at the inn on the 5th day of their investigation, brief and cryptic. Your Indian connection has London roots. Stop. Address follows. Stop. Baker Street irregulars. The address that followed led Holmes and Watson back to London on the afternoon train, leaving Bradstreet to continue sorting through evidence in Surrey. The city received them with its usual indifferent bustle, the streets crowded with hansoms and omnibuses, the pavements thronged with every variety of humanity that Victoria's empire could produce. The address proved to be in Whitechapel, that district of narrow streets and dubious reputation, where the respectable and the criminal lived in uneasy proximity. The building was a warehouse, ostensibly dealing in imports from the East, tea, spices, textiles, the usual goods that flowed along the trade routes connecting England to her colonies. But the man who operated from a cramped office on the building's 3rd floor was no simple merchant. His name was Silas Blackwood, and he had the hard eyes and careful manner of someone who had spent years operating on the edges of legality, occasionally crossing over, but never quite far enough to attract serious attention from the authorities. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes," Blackwood said when they were shown into his office, his tone suggesting he'd been expecting this visit. "I wondered when you'd find your way here. Please, sit. Can I offer you tea? No? Well then, let's discuss business." "Let's discuss smuggling," Holmes said flatly. "Specifically your role in bringing Indian gemstones into England without troubling the customs authorities." Blackwood didn't even blink. "I'm a businessman, Mr. Holmes. I facilitate trade between India and England. If some of my clients choose to be creative in their documentation, that's hardly my concern. Your clients like Dr. Grimesby Roylott. Never heard of him? Really?" Holmes produced a letter from his pocket, one of the pieces of correspondence from Roylott's safe. "Then perhaps you can explain this reference to our mutual friend in Whitechapel, who handles the London arrangements. The letter was written by Dr. Wendell in Bombay, and it mentions your warehouse specifically, though not by name, something about the establishment near the docks where the old church used to stand. There's only one warehouse that fits that description, Mr. Blackwood. This one." For the first time, Blackwood's confidence seemed to waver slightly. He was silent for a long moment, his fingers drumming on the desk, clearly calculating risks and rewards. Finally he sighed. "What do you want?" "The truth," Holmes said simply. "About the smuggling operation, about the new buyer Dr. Wendell mentioned, about everything. And before you consider lying or refusing, let me point out that Dr. Roylott has already confessed to murder and smuggling. His Indian partners will soon be arrested. Your operation is finished, Mr. Blackwood. The only question now is whether you cooperate and receive lenient treatment, or resist and face the full weight of the law." Blackwood studied Holmes for a long moment, then laughed, a short, bitter sound. "The full weight of the law? You make it sound so impressive. But yes, fine. I'll tell you what I know. Not that it matters now." And so the final pieces of the puzzle fell into place. Blackwood had indeed been the London connection, receiving shipments from India that contained hidden gemstones, storing them temporarily in his warehouse, and then facilitating their transfer to Roylott at Stoke Moran. The operation had been running smoothly for years, profitable for everyone involved despite the complications Holmes had already identified. But then, 3 months ago, everything had changed. A new player had entered the game, a buyer Blackwood knew only as the Collector, a wealthy man with a passion for gemstones and no particular concern about their provenance. The Collector had approached Blackwood with a proposal. Rather than moving stones in small batches through multiple fences, he would buy everything, sight unseen, at a fixed price per carat. No questions, no delays, no negotiations. It was too good to be true, Blackwood admitted, and I told Roylott as much when we met, but he was desperate, you see. The debts were crushing him, the creditors were circling, and he saw this Collector as his salvation. One big score, enough money to pay off everything and start fresh. "But it never happened," Watson said. "No, because before anything could be finalised, Roylott's stepdaughter got herself engaged, and suddenly he had other problems to worry about. The last time I heard from him was about 6 weeks ago. He said he needed time to sort out family matters, that he'd contact me when he was ready to proceed. And then," Blackwood shrugged, "nothing, until I heard rumours about police swarming Stoke Moran." Holmes leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. This collector? You never met him face to face? Never. All our communication was through intermediaries, letters delivered by messenger. Which should have been a warning sign, I suppose, but the money he was offering... Blackwood shook his head. I'm a businessman, Mr. Holmes. Sometimes we see what we want to see. They left Whitechapel as evening fell, the gas lamps coming to life one by one along the streets, the city transforming in that magical hour between day and night. Watson felt the weight of the week's discoveries settling on him like a physical burden. They had exposed a smuggling ring spanning 2 continents, traced its operations through multiple intermediaries, and revealed the full scope of Roylott's criminal activities. But at the heart of it all was still Julia Stoner, dying in a locked room with the word banned on her lips, trying to the last to warn her sister of the danger that had killed her. Was justice served? Watson asked quietly as their cab rattled through the streets toward Baker Street. Holmes was silent for a long moment. Justice, he finally said, is a complicated thing, Watson. Roylott will be hanged for Julia's murder, and his co-conspirators will face their own reckonings. The smuggling operation is dismantled, and the authorities in India will round up whoever they can find. But does that bring Julia back? Does it restore what was stolen from Helen, her sister, her innocence, her years of captivity in that terrible house? He shook his head. Justice punishes the guilty. It rarely compensates the innocent. And with that philosophical observation hanging in the air, they rode on through the London night, 2 men who had solved a mystery but not mended the world. Spring came to Surrey with hesitant grace, as if unsure of its welcome after the long bitter winter that had preceded it. The hedgerows burst into bloom with white hawthorn and blackthorn, the fields turned green with new growth, and the air carried the scent of earth warming under a sun that finally seemed to mean its promises. It had been 4 months since that night at Stoke Moran Manor, 4 months since Dr. Grimsby Roylott had been led away in chains to face justice for his crimes, and the countryside had moved on in the way that countryside always does, absorbing tragedy and scandal into its rhythms as easily as it absorbed winter snow and spring rain. Holmes and Watson returned to Surrey on a mild April afternoon, travelling not on urgent summons but at Helen Stoner's invitation. She had written to them a fortnight earlier, her handwriting stronger and steadier than the trembling script of that first desperate note that had brought her to Baker Street. The trial was over, she wrote. The matter was concluded. She wished to thank them properly, and to show them what had become of Stoke Moran in the months since they had last seen it. The village seemed unchanged as they walked from the station, though the publican at the Swan greeted them with something approaching warmth now, no longer wary of strangers asking questions. "Come to see Miss Stoner, have you?" he said, drawing their pints with practised efficiency. "She's done well for herself, that young lady. Not many could have weathered what she's been through and come out the other side still standing." "She's still in the area then?" Watson asked, surprised. He'd assumed she would have fled Surrey, left behind the memories and the scandal, and started fresh somewhere far from Stoke Moran and all its darkness. "Aye, took a cottage in the village. It's a small place, nothing grand, but clean and cheerful. Says she wants to see things through properly before she leaves for good." The publican set their drinks before them, then leaned in with the confidential air of someone sharing privileged information. "The manor itself is to be sold. What's left of it. Creditors seized it, of course, but they're having a devil of a time finding a buyer. Who wants a house with that kind of history? A woman died there, and her killer lived there for years after. Some say the place is cursed." "Superstition," Holmes said, though not unkindly. "Buildings are neither cursed nor blessed, merely stone and timber indifferent to human tragedy." "Perhaps," the publican allowed, "but even stone and timber can absorb darkness, or so folks say. You'll see for yourself soon enough, I expect. Miss Stoner asked that you call on her at Rose Cottage, just past the church on the left. Can't miss it. She's planted flower boxes in all the windows, bright as you please." They found the cottage easily enough, a small structure of whitewashed stone with a thatched roof, and the promised flower boxes bursting with early blooms. Primroses and polyanthus, their colours almost aggressive in their cheerfulness. Helen Stoner herself answered their knock, and Watson was struck by the transformation in her. The frightened, haunted woman who had come to Baker Street in the depths of winter had been replaced by someone who looked, if not entirely at peace, at least no longer at war with herself. She wore a simple dress of grey cotton, her hair pinned up in an unfussy style, and when she smiled in greeting, the expression reached her eyes. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, thank you for coming. Please come in. I've made tea, and Mrs. Jenkins from next door sent over some of her excellent seed cake." The cottage's interior was as cheerful as its exterior, small but well proportioned, with whitewashed walls and exposed beams, furniture that looked comfortable rather than grand, and everywhere the signs of a life being carefully, deliberately rebuilt. Books on shelves, a writing desk positioned to catch the afternoon light, watercolour paintings on the walls that Watson suspected Helen had done herself. A fire crackled in the grate despite the mildness of the day, less for warmth than for the comfort of its presence. They settled in the small sitting room, tea poured and cake distributed, and for a few moments engaged in the kind of pleasant small talk that preceded serious conversation, observations about the weather, comments on the cottage's charm, questions about their journey from London. But eventually, inevitably, they came to the matter that hung unspoken in the room like smoke. "You'll want to know about the trial," Helen said, setting down her teacup with careful precision. "About my stepfather." "Only if you wish to speak of it," Holmes said gently. "We read the accounts in the papers, of course. The verdict was never in doubt." "No," Helen agreed. "The evidence was overwhelming. The smuggling operation, the jewels, the letters, and his own confession regarding Julia's death. The jury deliberated less than an hour before returning a guilty verdict." She was quiet for a moment, her gaze fixed on something beyond the cottage window, perhaps seeing not the spring garden but that courtroom in London, the solemn faces of judge and jury. He showed no remorse, even at the end, stood in the dock and insisted he'd done nothing that any man in his position wouldn't have done, that he'd been protecting his family's legacy, that Julia's death was a tragic accident, that he'd only tried to preserve what was rightfully his. "Some men," Watson said quietly, "are so convinced of their own righteousness that they can justify anything, even murder." The judge gave him no quarter, Helen continued, said that Dr. Roylott had betrayed every trust, violated every duty that bound him as a stepfather and as a gentleman, that he'd turned his home into a place of terror and his stepdaughter's room into a trap. The sentence was death by hanging to be carried out within 3 weeks. She paused, and when she spoke again, her voice was barely above a whisper. "They carried it out last month. I didn't attend, I couldn't. But I read the account in the Times and I felt nothing. No satisfaction, no grief, no sense of justice being served. Just emptiness where all the fear used to be." Holmes nodded slowly, his expression understanding in a way that Watson had rarely seen. "The absence of fear is not the same as peace, Miss Stoner. But it's a beginning. Peace, I think, is something that must be built slowly, brick by brick, day by day." "Yes," Helen said, and now she smiled, that same expression that reached her eyes and transformed her face. "Which is why I wanted you both to come today, to show you that I'm building it, that I'm not letting what happened define the rest of my life." She told them then about the month since Roylott's arrest. The immediate aftermath had been chaos, creditors descending on the manor like crows on carrion, legal proceedings to determine the estate's disposition, journalists from London papers seeking interviews with the woman who escaped the phantom Speckled Band. She'd refused all interviews, maintained a dignified silence while lawyers and courts sorted through the wreckage of the Roylott fortune. The estate itself had indeed been seized by creditors, the house and lands to be sold to satisfy debts that proved even larger than anyone had suspected. The furnishings were auctioned off, piece by piece, centuries of accumulated possessions scattered to the winds. The Roma families who had camped on the grounds moved on, no longer welcome or wanted. The exotic animals, the cheetah, the baboon, even the deadly swamp adder, were sold to a travelling menagerie where they would live out their days as curiosities for children to gawk at. "I kept very little," Helen said. "A few of my mother's personal items, her jewellery box, some photographs, her wedding ring, and Julia's things, the dress she was to be married in, her diary, letters from her fiancé. I couldn't let those be sold to strangers. Everything else," she shrugged, "everything else was just things. And things can't hurt you, can they? It's the memories attached to them that have power." Her inheritance, such as it was, had been complicated by Roylott's crimes. The trust her mother had established still existed, but much of the capital had been depleted by Roylott's management and by the legal costs of settling the estate. What remained, perhaps £2,000, had been released to her, enough to live modestly but hardly the fortune her mother had intended. Her fiancé, the gentleman she'd been engaged to when all this began, had stood by her through the scandal with admirable loyalty. "We were married last month," Helen said, and now her smile was radiant. "A small ceremony in the village church, just family and a few close friends. Mr. Holmes, you'd have appreciated the irony. We exchanged vows in the very building where Julia's funeral service was held. But it felt right somehow, like claiming something back, taking something that had been darkened by tragedy and filling it with joy instead." "I'm very glad," Holmes said, and Watson could hear the sincerity in his voice. "You deserve every happiness, Mrs. Mitchell," Helen supplied. "Mrs. Helen Mitchell, though I confess I'm still getting used to the name. My husband is a schoolmaster in the next county, a good man with a steady position and no illusions about marrying money. We'll live simply, but well. He knows everything about what happened. I was honest with him from the start and he doesn't care. Says the past is the past, and it's the future that matters. A wise man," Watson observed. "A kind one, certainly. And kindness, I've learned, is worth more than all the grand estates and ancient titles in England." She offered to show them what had become of Stoke Moran itself, and they accepted, curiosity compelling them despite the grim associations. They walked together up the familiar lane, now bordered by hedgerows thick with new growth, and as the manor came into view, Watson felt a shock at how much it had changed in just 4 months. The house looked as if it had aged decades rather than months, as if Roylott's arrest and execution had released it from some spell that had been holding it together through sheer, malevolent will. More windows were broken now, their glass glittering in the grass below. Part of the roof on the main structure had collapsed, and birds nested in the exposed spaces, their cries echoing through empty rooms. The gardens had gone completely wild, nature reclaiming territory with enthusiastic aggression. The gates hung even more askew than before, one of them having fallen entirely off its hinges. "The creditors hired a caretaker initially," Helen explained as they stood at the gates, none of them quite willing to venture further onto the grounds. "But he quit after 2 weeks, said the place gave him the shivers, that he heard things at night. Footsteps in empty corridors, doors closing by themselves, whispers in the walls. Superstitious nonsense, of course, just the sounds of an old house settling. But it was enough to make him leave, and they haven't been able to find anyone else willing to take the position." "And buyers?" Holmes asked. "None. The property has been on the market for 3 months at a fraction of its value, and there hasn't been a single serious inquiry. Everyone in the region knows what happened here. No one wants to live in the house where the Roylott scandal played out." She was quiet for a moment, studying the decaying structure with an expression Watson couldn't quite read. "Part of me is glad. Let it fall to pieces. Let the ivy pull down the walls and the rain rot the floors, and the whole thing returns to earth. Some places shouldn't be preserved." They stood in silence, 3 people contemplating the ruins of old crimes and older pride. The afternoon sun slanted through gaps in the trees, painting everything in golden light that should have been beautiful but somehow only emphasized the decay. A breeze rustled through the overgrown gardens, carrying the scent of wild roses and rotting wood in equal measure. "I used to think this place was a prison," Helen said softly, "and it was in every sense that mattered. But standing here now, knowing I'm free to walk away and never return, I realize it was also where I learned something important. About strength, about survival, about the difference between being trapped and being patient. Julia didn't have time to learn that lesson, but I did, and I survived because of it. And in a strange way, I'm grateful for that knowledge, even if I hate how I gained it." Holmes turned to look at her, his sharp features softened by something that might have been respected. "You're a remarkable woman, Mrs. Mitchell. Many would have been destroyed by what you endured. You've chosen to be refined by it instead." "I had help," she said simply. "Your help, when I needed it most. If I hadn't come to Baker Street that night, if you hadn't listened and believed me." She didn't finish the sentence, but she didn't need to. They all knew how that story would have ended. Another mysterious death in a locked room, another victim of the phantom Speckled Band, another triumph for Dr. Roylott's cruel ingenuity. They walked back to the village together. As the afternoon stretched toward evening, the conversation turning to lighter topics. Holmes's current cases, Watson's latest attempts at chronicling their adventures, Helen's plans for her new life. She and her husband would be leaving Surrey within the month, she told them, relocating to his posting in Derbyshire, where no one knew the Roylott name and she could simply be Mrs. Mitchell, the schoolmaster's wife, with no history more remarkable than any other woman's. "Will you write it up?" she asked Watson as they neared Rose Cottage. "The case, I mean. Will it become one of your stories about Mr. Holmes's investigations?" Watson glanced at Holmes, who gave a slight shrug, neither permission nor prohibition. "I think I must," Watson said carefully. "The case is too significant to leave unrecorded, the method's too instructive. But I'll change names, alter details to protect your privacy, and I'll wait, perhaps years, until enough time has passed that publication won't cause you distress or renewed attention." "Thank you," Helen said. "And when you do write it, please remember Julia. She wasn't just a victim, she was a person, a young woman with dreams and plans and a life she should have lived. She loved music, did you know that? I played the piano beautifully, and she was always laughing, finding humour in small things. I don't want her to be remembered only as the woman who died mysteriously in a locked room. She was so much more than that." "I promise," Watson said, and meant it with his whole heart. They parted at the cottage gate, handshakes and good wishes exchanged, addresses promised for future correspondence. Helen stood at her door, framed by those bright flower boxes, and waved as they walked back toward the station. Watson looked back once and saw her still standing there, a small figure against the white cottage wall, and he thought that she looked like someone who had survived a shipwreck and found solid ground at last. The train back to London was nearly empty, and Holmes and Watson had their compartment to themselves. They rode in companionable silence for a time, watching the Surrey countryside slide past the window, the sun setting in shades of orange and purple that painted the landscape in colours almost too vivid to be real. "You're thinking about justice again," Holmes said, not looking away from the window. Watson smiled slightly, unsurprised that his thoughts were so transparent to his friend. "I suppose I am. Roylott hanged for his crimes, the smuggling ring dismantled. Helen is free and building a new life. By any measure, justice was served. And yet Julia Stoner is still dead, and no verdict or sentence can change that," Holmes finished. "Yes, that's the tragedy at the heart of all criminal cases, Watson. We can punish the guilty, but we can't restore what was taken from the innocent. We can solve the mystery, but we can't undo the crime." "Then why do we do it?" Watson asked. "If we can't fix what's broken, why investigate at all?" Holmes was quiet for a long moment, his reflection ghost-like in the train window superimposed over the darkening landscape. "Because," he said finally, "we can prevent the next crime. We can stop the guilty before they claim more victims. Helen Stoner is alive because we intervened. That's not nothing, Watson. That's everything." The lights of London appeared in the distance, aglow against the evening sky that grew brighter as they approached. The city awaited them, with all its millions of souls, its endless capacity for both crime and compassion, its ceaseless churning energy that never stopped, never rested, never paused to mourn what was lost or celebrate what was saved. Baker Street welcomed them home with its familiar comforts, the fire in the grate that Mrs. Hudson had lit in anticipation of their return, the papers stacked on the desk, the violin in its case by the window, all the small accumulations of a shared life. Watson poured whiskey into 2 glasses while Holmes lit his pipe, and they settled into their customary chairs with the ease of long habit. "To Helen Mitchell," Watson said, raising his glass, "and to Julia Stoner, who deserved better than she got." "To both of them," Holmes agreed, and they drank in silence. Outside, London continued its restless dance, mysteries being born in dark alleys and bright drawing rooms alike, crimes being planned and executed, victims crying out for justice and perpetrators confident in their cleverness. Tomorrow there would be new cases, new problems to solve, new puzzles to untangle. But tonight, in the quiet of 221B Baker Street, 2 friends sat by the fire and allowed themselves to believe that sometimes, just sometimes, the good survived and the wicked received their due. The fog was rolling in from the Thames, that old London fog that turned streets into mysteries and made everything seem possible. Watson watched it through the window, thickening and swirling, and thought about speckled bands and phantom dangers, about old houses falling into ruin and new cottages bursting with flowers, about endings and beginnings, about justice and mercy, about the simple fact that we endure. Holmes's pipe smoke mingled with the fog beyond the window, and the clock ticked its steady rhythm, and the city breathed around them like a living thing. Somewhere out there, Helen Mitchell was perhaps sitting by her own fire, her husband beside her, building her peace brick by careful brick. And somewhere in the memory of all who had known her, Julia Stoner lived on, not as a victim but as a person, a young woman who had loved music and laughter and life itself. The fire burned low, the whisky glasses were emptied and set aside, and in the comfortable silence of friendship and shared purpose, Holmes and Watson let the case of the phantom Speckled Band settle into history. One more story in the great ledger of crimes, solved, and justice, however imperfect, served. The fog pressed close against the windows, but inside there was light and warmth, and the quiet satisfaction of work well done. And for tonight, at this moment, that was enough. That was everything. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the starlit skies of Cappadocia, the quiet canals of Amsterdam, the sea-kissed air of Goa, or the glowing calm of San Francisco? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the silence cradle you. Let your dreams wander beyond the horizon. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.